G'day, you dunce. How are we? Don't get burned out by crunching too much. We are streaming until we finish these features today. So if that means we stream for 18 hours, that means we stream for 18 hours. Yeah. Gonna be a big day. Super big day. Now, I don't have a body today because I just don't have time to... I didn't have time to equip it. Yeah. Yeah. Let's wait for these ads to roll past. Go there. We do that. That gets there, that gets there, that gets up through there. We have all that hits. Pop that there and that there. But now we don't have you. You're not being hit. I guess that would be the solution there. And we can pop that there. Go there. 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 No, I can't go there because of these. There we go. Fixed. You'd have to go across there. You'd go down there. Something like that. No, because you're coming over here. Clay! Welcome in, you good dunce. You've caught us at the very start of our stream. How goes your combat, Clayman? Headphones ran out of battery, so I can't actually hear you. BRB, no worries. Darth, g'day, you good dunt. Woosa, g'day. How are we all? We're just waiting for our first ads to go past. So, we're doing daily Akari while we wait. Yeah. Someone fill me in on what Clayman was doing while they get their headphones sorted. I am failing at daily Akari. That's what I'm doing. No, can't do that. Damn it. If I have that one there, you have those two that you can go. You're only getting one. That's not good. That's not good. We need to reset this. Yes, we are streaming all day today until we finish these features. These features have been getting programmed for far too long. Been a week. It's time for them to be finished. Time to get rid of them. That's gonna be... We could do that. No, we can't. Could do that. No. That. Because then we can pop that there. Yep. You'd have to be on both sides there because you can't get those two. Throw one there. And I guess there's that. Pop that one there. You can't get any now. So if we do that, pop that there and that there. Voila. But now we can't get you. Shoot. Now, we're going to come back to that. I'm going to come back to that later. Imagine starting to vibe code just to get this done. No. No. Not happening. Never happening. Never, ever, 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 ever happening. So what we're working on, for those that don't know what we're working on, we've got this guy here. Okay? This little guy here. Now, what his job is when you have a bobblehead that's running around your store, it's his responsibility to capture them. Drives around the store patrolling, and as soon as it sees one, it hunts it down. Yeah. Put that there, so his head's the other way. Alright. Well, that's what he's going to do. So what we need to get finished today is, once this robot has caught the bobblehead, it takes it out the back. We need it to drop it off at a cage that's free. It needs to drop it off at a cage that's free, or it needs to sit there and wait for the player to come out and take the bobblehead. That's what's needed. And then we also need to get some interactions with them done. There we go. Gotcha. Gotcha. There we go. So yeah, that's what we need to do now. That's what we're focused on. Open door, cannot commit argument, one from object to object. Okay, so that's on store. And that's open door. Collision object 3D. That's what it's gonna be. Okay. Then... I think one of the issues we have is we have a check in here. For here. Used bobble pause. No. Free bobble pause is empty. That's why it hasn't been going to the, That's why it hasn't been going to the cage. Because there's no bobbleheads in there. And that, like, it should go there if there's no bobbleheads in there. It's free positions we want to look at. Imagine having small entrance in door for tractor, like for cats. Nah. Nah. So that'll fix that. If navigation has finished, then what we want to do is go if actually that's what we need. We want to go target cage is cage. If target cage is null, or is not null, then actually, if target cage is not null, then we want to do target cage bobble cage. What function do we use? Interact primary, interact secondary, unhandled inputs. So I don't have anything here because there's interactions. Cage bobble. All right, so we caged the bobble. That's all good. What up, Kalina? How you doing? Don't expect too much from me today. I'm tired AF. That's all good. That's all good. Just chill out and relax. I'm going to just stream until we get this stuff finished. I don't know how long it's going to take us to get this stuff finished, but my goal is by the end of today, these traps are catching bobbleheads and dealing with them as they should. Yep. Okay. Cat's getting on my nerves. Gonna just throw her into the air fryer. No. No. Jeez. You gotta shave it first. No, I'm joking. Oh, you didn't say you'd turn it on. I mean, don't you have like a cat carry case or like cat carry cage or something like that for like travel? Okay, so we do that. What we can do is go cage bobble. Character bobble. All right. These headphones, I tell you. Okay, so. That'll cage it, and cage, what that's going to do is it's going to reparent. We're going to go Bobble is null, and then under here, if Bobble's null, we switch state. So yeah, that'll work. That'll work. But actually, because we get this stuff set up. Set up target positions. Not that I would understand any of this, but what are we trying to accomplish right now? What I need to do is when the auto trapper has caught a bobblehead in its tractor beam, it needs to take it out back to a cage that's free and put the bobblehead in that. And then go back to patrolling the store. If there's no cage free, then it needs to sit out the back until the player goes out there, takes the bobble, and does whatever. Like, assigns it to the workbench, throws it in the furnace, whatever. Yeah. I'm well, Blinky. How are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. We are streaming until these features are complete. Better after 5 weeks. Better after 5 weeks. Damn. You must have been sick. Doing behind the scenes work. go. There we are. I need to cut my hair. I need to cut my hair because it's getting a bit too long around the edges here. And it's starting to annoy me. Might do that this week. This should be fine. This should be fine. After you cut it, just glue it somewhere in your mustache to make it longer. Has a mustache that reaches to upper atmosphere. My hair's getting too long. It's irritating. Unlike my mustache, my hair is getting in the way. Alright? Leave me alone, gamer. Oh, I played a game. I played a standard game last night before bed, and I managed to we won. We did win. So we can see here. You can see here that standard. See right there? I was number 4. My score was C+. And it was Initiate 4. So, yeah. I know C+ isn't bad. It's slightly above average. Yeah. Current PP, Initiate 2. Still calibrating. Yeah. The next goal is to get my rank to C++. Where's my laugh track? Is that about chess or another game? It's Deadlock. This is Deadlock. It's a MOBA. Yeah. Basically, you've got 2 teams. You've got 2 different ways to play. Street Brawl is 4 versus 4, and everyone's on the same lane, and you basically try and fight to get through the opponent's guardians and walkers. And after each round, you switch lanes. Until one team has taken out 2 guardians and a walker, sort of thing. The other mode, the standard mode, you've got 6v6, but you get split up. So you've got 2 people per lane. So there's 3 lanes in total, left, center, right. And you basically fight to get through and take out their entire base. Yeah. It's pretty fun. Pretty fun. How we doing, Brainoid? Speaking of fun, Replicat. That's a fun game. Do you have a bad memory? You're gonna have a bad time, because Replicat is a memory game. What's going on, Wusa? The water? What do you mean, the water? Thanks for the anti-ad. Hey, no worries. Do you like cats? Play Replicat. There's more cats. So it's like a MOBA. I mean, I did say it's a MOBA. So, yes. Water. Oh, yeah. Kalina, you have a cat, don't you? You have a cat. You should play Replicat. I have 2 cats and a dog. Ooh, Brainoid. When do we get Repla Dog? Or when do we get Repla Dog versus cats? Repla Dogs versus Replicats. Ooh. Shrieper always like Aram in League. I have no idea what that is. I've never played League or Dota, Overwatch, Valorant. I don't know what other games there are that are like it. So, yeah. Alright, so that will be good, I think. Let's see what happens. Replaburb and Replafreg are in the line first. As long as you add Frurp, that's okay. Alright. You need to add Frurp into Replafreg. Replosaurus Rex. There's dinosaurs. Get it? Yes, get him. Get him! Yes! Take him out back. Destroy him. Yes. Yes. He is caged. I love it. Love it. Now he goes back to patrolling. Thought the robot was putting him into the microwave first. Now, that's a cage for all of our bobbleheads. And then I can take the bobblehead. Oh, I can't take the bobblehead out, but I will be able to take the bobblehead out. And I'll be able to put it to work on our workbench. Or sacrifice it to the furnace. It depends on what I feel like doing. Yeah. It's massive. What your story is looking like at the end of one day. I mean, sure. Sure. End of one day. I haven't customized my save file to deal with that. Not at all. No. Non-existent function interacts secondary bubble cage. There we are. Look at that. I know you're working on it for more than one day. Yeah, no, I went into the save file and I kind of customized it and whatnot to, yeah, have that set up. Alright. So apart from that, the next thing I need is under here. Interacts being assigned. That's for placed. Let's move and hold. Target bobble. Take bobble. No problem for dev things. Maybe you could implement some hashing security stuff so no one else can edit it. That is what I have for my other stuff. So there's 2 save files that get created. We go so you got these 2 save files. If I cat save game, that right there, right there, and then there's shop settings, which is just a dictionary. So what I need to do, NeoVim. Well, I need Godot for file access, open, encrypted. Whoops. I should really go to sleep? I mean, probably. G'day, Nathir. How you doing? So there's open encrypted pass, which I don't want. There's also open encrypted. With a packed byte array. And here's the thing also, Kalina, like, encrypting the files will only stop someone that doesn't really know what they're doing from being able to tinker with stuff. That's because the decryption key and the encryption key would need to be local. And that's obviously going to be on the client's machine, which would, yeah, cause problems. Okay. So what does it use for the encrypt? Like, what does it use here? It takes a packed byte array. I'm assuming it's an AES 256. Dang it. There's too much. Copy queue. If I do copy queue, copy use double dash argument to read all following arguments without expanding escape sequences. To read standard input. So if I do copy Q file contents. Nice cryptography. It's totally not to copy the contents of file. Wait, so I can copy. Yeah, it'll copy it to the destination file, but I want to copy it to the clipboard. Because there's too much for me to get. But I want copy Q. Add text to clipboard. Set clipboard text. Word file contents. Okay. Failed to copy from current window. Huh. Need the dash in there, that's why. Okay, yeah, he's not. Because I need to identify. It's just local, bro. I need to identify what Godot is using for the encryption with the byte array that I'm using. It could be Barai, but I'm not like I know that people are going to be able to crack this because it's running on it's on their client. The key is on it on their client, all that kind of stuff. Like no matter what I do, they can subvert it because all the information is client side. The only reason I'm doing it is so that if someone opens up the file that isn't tech savvy enough to know how to do that stuff, then they don't they can't do anything. Like that's it. That's just some kind of hashing, and if edited text when they try to open it, like you sneaky bastard. Nah. But you're all You're all trying to do it from the approach of preventing anyone from being able to do stuff. I know that that's impossible with client-side saves. The save file is too large. What happened there? I have no idea what happened there. Isn't there a CLI tool decrypt encrypt so you can just pipe it? I need to know what encryption it's using first. Like, that's only helpful if I know what encryption it's using. But if I have a look at the Godot stuff, it just says that it encrypts it. It doesn't tell me if it's using SHA-256 or SHA-128 or MD5 or anything like that. Alright. Decrypting is only useful if you know the algorithm. That's what I need to determine first. What up, Sizzler? Godot General uses AES. I figured, but I need to verify it. I need to be able to get the contents of the file to verify it first. Let's have a look at this tool. Let's have a look at this tool. If you use Godot Secure, it's that. I don't use Godot Secure. If I used Godot Secure, I would already know what I was using. Let's see. Linux AES. Dude, I think... There's SHA-256 some. That's not really what I want, though. Next, encrypt, decrypt command. Let's have a look at this. Look at this thing for you, Queen. There's GPG, but let's see SHA-256. I don't want to generate. This is all just checksums. I don't want the checksum. I want the actual decryption. For fuck's sake. I'm not deciding anything, Borai. I'm not deciding anything. It's just whatever Godot uses. That's what it is. So... I'm not implementing a custom encryption process. Okay. So we'd use OpenSSL with the encryption of that, and we tell it to decode that encrypted file and output it to that with that key. Okay. Okay. So we can do... But now it's a matter of which encryption is it. Is it just AES-256, or is it a CBC, or one of the other 45 variants? What's the key? So we've got this packed byte array here. We have this packed byte array. So I need to convert that packed byte array to something. I can't just pass that in here. Use AES GCM. Okay. This is... So, Barai. It doesn't matter how secure the AES I use is. Okay. The actual encryption key and stuff exists on the client system because it's part of the game code. So it's very easy for someone to get access to the key and then decrypt. So using a stronger encryption method doesn't matter. All this is a deterrent to people that don't know what they're doing. That's it, which is most people. Yeah. So don't worry about trying to make it an uncrackable thing, because it's not gonna happen. Let's see. So if we do a packed byte array, let's see. Because I want to print the string of a packed byte array. I need to convert this. I'm not using it, like, don't. Just... Why do I do things on stream? I'm not worried about any of that, Kalina. CBC. Oh. it needs... Yeah, no. Screw it. I don't care. I'm not going to bother with it. This is taking up too much time for something that doesn't matter. Moving on. What up, K-Cug? How you doing? Alright. Anyway. Enough of that distraction. I've got more important things to do. I'm good, K-Cog. I'm good. How are you doing? You're all good? That's good to hear. Good to hear. We are focusing on getting this stuff finished. I'm going to stop looking at encryption crap because that's not important. It is not important at all. Okay. So that catches it. We have the save load done. Up here. We have to get interactions. We have take Bobble. Take Bobble is going to be secondary. Interact secondary. Okay. Interact secondary calls the states interact secondary, which will be auto trapper chase. Okay, so this is where we need this function. Interact secondary. Go player instance. Well, actually, this will only be if hold is, like, if the bobble is not null. So we can go player instance. Hold object. Character bobble. You need to return bool. I'm just going to do that. That's what we're going to do. What up, Steventh? It does, Steventh. It does. However, if I'm encrypting save files, I need to be able to decrypt those without using Godot. So if someone has an issue, they can provide their save file to me. I can open the save file as a text file outside of Godot, validate that it's all safe to actually execute and they haven't done something malicious, and then load up the file and test it, and fix anything in their save file that I need to, and send it back to them. That's what I need to be able to do. Yeah. Yes, everything client-side can be broken. Yes. That shouldn't be an issue as long as you're using standard encryption and Godot CLI tools like OpenSSL facilitate that. I know. As I said before, I don't really care about it right now. I've got other things that I want to finish today. So I'm not we're not discussing it. Like there's other things for me to finish today. Everything else is just noise that's going to distract me, and I don't give a shit. It's that simple. we've been working on this. We've been working on these bobblehead traps and catches for like a week now, which is far too long. We need to just get it finished today and move on to the next thing. It's taking too long. Now, with this, do we have anything else on here that's interact secondary? Hold is interact secondary. Okay.
Loud noises!
So if character bobble is not null, do that. Else, go player instance hold. So I can actually do this. Go character if bobble is null, else character bobble. There we go. There we go. Oh, I still hear the Tangiers, Orchrus. I just don't see them. Yeah. I am kind of tuning out all of the things that are intentional distractions. I'm just tuning out. Yeah. If we do this, that should handle picking up the trap or taking the bobblehead from the trap. Oh, the GodoCon in Boston is going to be 20th, 22nd of June, I think. It's too far for me to travel. I'm not going to the one in Germany either. Just because it's too far and cost too much for... in my opinion, there's no benefit to me going. Yeah, I've already been to one GodoCon and met a bunch of people that stream and whatnot. That's basically the only reason for GodoCon to... or for me to go to GodoCon. Because you've got to remember, like, GodoCon and GodoFest, it's not really a player event. It's a game developer event. So everyone there is going to be a game developer, which isn't generally your target audience for your game. And that's the main thing that I'm interested in. Also, for some reason, like, apparently PAX tickets are already selling. And all of the 3-day passes are already sold out. So I guess I'm not going to PAX this year either. There is a GodoCon. So GodoCon is usually in Germany. Last year they had GodoCon in Boston, and then a group of people set up GodoFest. Okay, so there's an issue there. So when I pick it up, I need to cancel everything. cleanup is going to be heading to cage. Well, I don't need to worry about that. We need to make sure. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. But yeah, there's Godot Fest. So Godot Fest is a German one. Godot Con is in Amsterdam this year. Godot Fest is in Munich. And I think Godot Con is also... Oh, that one's already passed. That one's already passed. Where's the one about June? I don't see the one that's like this here. That's way too expensive. Like I know they need to cover all of the costs and stuff, but I think it's just too expensive. Because then you've also got to put my flights into it. Hey, look, it's Cam and Cavino. Look at that. Because yeah, it's this much for a ticket, but then there's also like hotel. There's airfare, all that kind of stuff. I heard it and saw it on Just Cavino stream. Let's see. Godot Con June 2026. Maybe they haven't posted anything yet. 7 days ago. No, that's for that one. I don't see anything about a June one. There was one last year. GodotCon 2025 was June, I think. Like this one. Oh no, that was May. That was in May. I don't know. Can't see it. Ads in progress. Yes, the game. Oof, the hell is that? It looks gold. So... no. It's like a dirty window. It could be. I'm just going to go like Uncharted. Okay, it's not Uncharted. Okay, so we've got some rocks. We've got a stone wall. Stone over there. It's definitely not a Tomb Raider, but we need to guess something. That looks like a lock. That looks like a lock. PS Vita. It's not a Prince of Persia. It's an FPS on the PS Vita. It's a mech game? I had no idea. No. 2013. Is that... It's not Killzone. Oh, it is Killzone! Yes! Yeah. Yeah, like that mask there gave it away. That mask gave it away. Easy. Easy. Too freaking easy. Okay, so when I pick it up, We need... I think we need to go... No, none of that. Clean up. Need to do... Actually, I need to keep that under there. We need to go character, rotate tween. The rotate tween is not null. And rotate tween is running. Character rotates tween kill. Character, I don't need to worry about that. And tractor tween. Okay. So they've got the track between there. And I guess we also want to do linear velocity with vector 3, 0. All right, let's have a look. I should probably turn off the collision shapes. I don't need them anymore. Don't need those collision shapes anymore. Yes. Go get him. Why are you not moving? Damn it. Okay. Cool. That works. Pick nav targets. Ah, I see. Just ensure that it's all cleaned up. Okay, there we go. Just when you said I don't really need collision shapes anymore, game said, oh really? I just need to do that. Easy. Hmm. Rotate tween, tractor tween. What stops? What stops it from moving? This is going to be our next big challenge. Get this one. Okay, so after I pick you up and place you back down, you don't move. Why not? Breaker snapping. So there is a tractor tween, but that's not going to stop it. Rotate tween is null. So linear velocity is nothing. So something is... I think it's in here. And that's going to be because of this. What stops it? I know what stops it. It's because of this. So that keeps getting set. But it immediately gets stopped. Then we do this look at. Huh. So the rotate, we do a look at, and that look at should cause the dot product to be 1.0. You know what? Dot product less than is less than that. Alright. Hydrate. Let's do this. So thanks for the shout out, Mungalo. Alright. Let's see. We are. We just have some small things to fix up with this auto trapper. And then we can focus on our bobble cage. Or our standard bobble trap. Beautiful. Alright, so we put a bit more of a threshold in. Yeah. That's good. Ooh, hello. There we go. So that's not good. Why aren't you moving? You don't have either of those. Has no linear velocity either. Print, debug. Oops. What like, I'm not gonna kick it. See. I think that's good enough. Alright, cool. Alright, now you're just going back to work. Beautiful. That works. G'day Cam, how we doing? You are late. And now I'm white. Now I have all the privilege. See, now it's... Okay, so it's not the rotate tween anymore. It is tracking, it does have a bobble. So that'll be under here. So that rotate tween. Ocon Boston is in less than 2 months? Correct. Correct. Such short notice again? I mean... Oops, not 2025. See, the only one I can see... The only one I can see is this. This is the only thing that I can see. And that's for the one in Amsterdam that just finished. Chew. So why don't they have anything posted under events for it? Like, I would assume that this would be under events, right? You would think, yeah. Well, oh well, doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm not going either, so. They haven't even properly announced it yet. I just stumbled on it. That doesn't seem safe. Like, it doesn't seem smart. Because you're not giving people enough notice, enough time to go to it. Like, to organize and stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Character is tracking. So, for some reason... For some reason, it stops moving. I think it might be because of the same thing here. It's just less than. Okay. Just less than. That should fix it. That should fix it. This trap should now function exactly as I want it to. There we are. Alright. Take that. Place you there as a worker. I feel like that there should be a right click. I feel the pickup there should be a right click. Where are we? Regular bobble. We go bobble, interact, primary, repairing, interact, secondary, pick up conscious, get interactions. If repairing is not null, return that out, otherwise return interactions. Let's set up this. null. We do interacts assign interactions. Return that. There you go. That just prevents any possibility of Godot throwing an error saying, "Oh, that's an array to a typed array that we can't do." It is my game, Ray. It is. It's Bobble Shop Simulator. Can't wait to watch the tickets be like $400. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, if you have a look, there's packs. Now, I didn't even know tickets went on sale. I requested like to be notified when stuff went on sale. Didn't get shit. Didn't get told anything. And now, if you have a look at the badges, these 3-day badges are all sold out. Yeah, but that is a 3-day badge to PAX for 190 AU. Much cheaper than Godot. Much cheaper than Godot, and it's not just game developers, indie developers. It's not just indie developers. Godot Fest is €250. Yeah, about twice as much as 3-day pass to PAX. And I know that they're separate things. I know that PAX is more for gamers and stuff, and GodotCon and Godot Fest is more for the developers and the users of Godot. But yeah, I'm trying to decide if I get a Friday or a Saturday badge. But at the same time, I'm like, what do I? Yeah. And 3 badges cost $246. Yeah, if I buy all 3, then it's $246. What's floating around my overlay? Oh, yeah. I forgot about that thing. That's my artwork. It's that thing. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot to update my overlay to get rid of that. But yeah. Yeah, I actually completely forgot about that. Here's what I'm going to do. Because I've forgotten about that multiple times. I need to fix it while I'm reminded of it. I got OSS license questions. Okay. Editor and visual node-based programming language, ID and API. What license would you choose? I want to make it available so everyone can use it. You'd probably just go like a standard MIT license. Probably. That's generally what open source software falls under, is an MIT license. Unreal Engine 5 is a bit different because it's not really... It's not an MIT license, but yeah. Usually use the lesser GPL. UE code is available, yes. But if you delink your GitHub and your Epic accounts from each other, then you lose access to any repos that you've forked and stuff like that. So, like, it's open source, but it's also linked to your Epic Games account. So, stuff like that. So... And also there's like their terms of service where it's like, sure, you can download this code, you can make changes to this code, but it's still Unreal Engine. sort of thing. Like it's that kind of stuff. Let's see. So under here, this shader art is on layer 4. The camera, when we change view, set cull mask 2 and 3. Okay. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna have to stop the stream for a minute so that I can restart that. Alright. Oh, not the stream. Not the stream, sorry, not the stream. The overlay. I need to stop the overlay for a minute. God damn. Let's stop that. Let's close that out. Let's export. 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 There we go. Alright. Pop that open. There we go. No more shader art. No more shader art popping up on the side there. Or beer license. Which is a humorous version of MIT license. Yeah, if you go like open source software license. Where are we? GPL is the general public license. LGPL, EPL, MPL, ASL, MIT. This one is a very popular license, even probably the most popular one, by putting very few limitations on reuse. The MIT license can easily be associated with other licenses, from GPL to proprietary ones. It's a non-copy left. The work is suitable for commercial use. Licensees can modify the work. Licensees must provide proper attribution of the work. Licensees may redistribute derivative work under different terms. Licensees do not have to distribute the source code alongside with their derivative work. Popular projects like Node.js, jQuery, Atom, AngularJS, Seek, Welcome. If you want it that they... and then you've got like GPL. So strong copy left, work is suitable for commercial use. They may modify the work. They must release source alongside the derivative work. So if you want to require any changes that people make to your code to also be made available to other people, so that everything that derives from your work is open source, GPL is what you would go with. Because GPL will require people, if they make changes and they go to like put out a new version that does things differently, they have to release the source code. And then derivative work must be released under the same terms. So if they release work and someone takes a fork of that repo, makes further changes to it, those changes must also be released open source. So yeah, that's what you would go with. GPL will be the one you would use. Too easy. LSP starts. Okay. Let's see. So, if I grab you, place you there, pick you up, put you there, pick you up, put you there. Cool. Now I'm also thinking anything on the ground, instead of being left click to take, it should be right click. I'm just gonna fix that up while I'm going. Whoops. That one there will be secondary. There's bubble box. Bubble containment. Bubble cage. Yep. Make the entire API language and error available, and then later release my biologically plausible neuron simulation after I got submitted a paper. MIT seems good. Say GPL. I want this to remain free for all. API can be used for distributing for distributed computing. And I want to have the free forever for everyone. Yeah, fair. My API is also useful for game developers and hobbyists, not just for AI and research. Writing multi-GPU is damn hard, and I want to make this approachable for everyone. I feel like we need to rebuild everything from scratch. Like, so networking, PC firmware and BIOS and drivers and stuff like that. I feel all of it needs to be rebuilt from the ground up with a focus on making it easier for people to actually interact with things. Instead of these confusing ass APIs that are like, oh, so I've got to do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Wait, how do I do this? Oh, I've got to use this thing over here that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Sounds really fun. Integrates into UE and Godot and other engines. Nice. Nice. That's what we want. That's what everyone wants. I've actually been thinking about my next game and how I would set up the code. So in Bobble Shop Sim, there is a ton of reusable code. Like an absolute ton. A huge amount. With the next game, I'm trying to figure out how I would set up puzzle logic to be reusable code. It's like, well, if each puzzle has like something extra that needs to be done, like, sure, I could set something up that's like, when this happens, allow this to happen, and then allow this to happen, and then allow this to happen. If you fail somewhere, it like resets and goes back to the start. And it's like, that's... It sounds good in theory, but putting it into practice, it's kind of like, that doesn't work. Like, I can have that basic state machine set up for the puzzle, but the logic inside each puzzle state would have to be custom. So I'm thinking for my puzzle game, it might be easier to just, for each level, for each puzzle, it is specific code. And then there's just like a small amount of reusable code for the state machine to, yeah. Depending on the puzzle, you can set up the resolution logic as steps in a recipe. That's the thing. It, like, all of my puzzle, like, it's not gonna be like Manifold Garden or The Witness or something like that, where all the puzzles are the same style of puzzle. You know? So in Manifold Garden, all the puzzles are, you flip gravity, you pick up blocks and put them in specific spots to trigger things to happen. You know? In The Witness, you've got like essentially mazes that you need to complete to progress. So that there, yes, you could use a recipe thing step by step. For mine, it's not going to really have that. Like, one of my puzzles is going to be an infinite staircase that you have to try and climb yourself. Like, you have to try and climb to the top of an infinite staircase. And I am going to have a way that it's possible. But that's very unique. Like, that's going to be very different to the maze type puzzles, which is also going to be very different to the gravity style puzzles. You know what I mean? Like, I could probably make each section's puzzles reusable code, but I wouldn't be able to make one reusable thing for all of my puzzles. So, yeah. I strictly adhere to solid and design patterns. I don't adhere to any design patterns. I just make something and I make it work. If a design pattern comes out of that, cool. If a design pattern doesn't come out of that, I don't care. It still works. I'm focused on results, and that's it. I don't care how I get there, as long as the results are there. Yep. I prefer to go with Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. Building something that can be used by others. Yeah, exactly. If you're building something to be used by others, then you need to have some sort of practice in place that everyone follows. But yeah. Solid is bot against Kiss. What? Damn typos. Oh yeah, so Solid is not against Kiss. Yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is, like, outside of keeping it simple, I don't care what the principle is. Like, I'm going to keep it simple and I'm not going to worry about, oh, does it adhere to this specific design pattern? Yeah, no. I'm just going to keep it as simple as possible while also being able to have something functional. Yeah. He wants it works. Exactly. It works. I don't care about anything else. It's like the Balatro code. Like, what was it? It's like this. It's like this. This is the Balatro code. This is the Balatro code. If the ability is Fortune Teller and you've got this stuff, like, do this. If it's Gross Michael, do this. If it's Cavendish, do this. If it's Red Card, do this. If it's Card Sharp, do this. If it's Bootstraps, do this. If it's Kino, do this. It doesn't, but it works. And they made a game that made a shit ton of money. At some point, coding principles do not matter. First, make it work. 2, make it better. 3, make it fast. Yeah. Yeah. The quicker you get it out of the door, the faster money gets in. But that's the thing, like, you can get something out quick. Like Balatro, you could get that out quick just with if-else statements. You don't need to spend an extra 2 months trying to make it reusable code and stuff like that. And bug fixing. Oh, it's not working because I haven't accounted for this type of thing. Whereas if you have all of the if-else statements, then you know which things are accounted for and all that. It's easier for you to look at and go, okay, in this situation, it's going into this code and this is exactly what it's doing. So, Doom and Quake code is a piece of art and they got it out the door in record time. Yes. Now you're talking about a level of developer experience. So having people that are amazing at developing, they're going to be able to push stuff out faster than people that are just good at developing, regardless of what they do. The people that are good at developing, just get it done. If you try to do what the people that are absolutely amazing at developing do, it's going to take them longer because they don't understand the complex things those people are putting in to make their life easier. Yeah. How we doing, Bunny? What's going on? It's like if you create a bunch of abstracts and virtual classes and stuff like this, that's going to be that's going to make it easier for you to build things that are reusable, but it's going to be more complicated for people that are less qualified developers. And it's going to be easier for people that are less qualified developers to not use those things and not have the reusable code. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's all a matter of skill level. Horribly sick, but getting better. I hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry I'm not in my mech suit this morning. I woke up a little bit late and didn't have time to equip it. So... Whoops. Oops. Okay. If I... Ooh, no. That's what I need to do. Need to update the code. Interactable. So it was interact primary. It now needs to be interact secondary. Okay, so there is no interact secondary. Idle item. There we go. I still highly recommend Graphics Programming Black Book by Michael Avrash and Graphics Gems, even if you are using an engine. That's true. There is no crutch, only Zool. Exactly, Dave. Exactly. Zool is the best crutch. One thing I don't like about trying to adhere to solid KISS, dry design patterns, etc., is that it makes you think about quality when you might have nothing done yet, or take too much of your focus instead of getting things done. And first, make it work is essential. Yeah. Yeah. David Allen book. Let's see. So we do this. Oh yeah, we got ads coming in. All right. Let's knock out Wordle and Quordle and maybe do a game of chess. Tipsy, Brand, Gowl, Wreck. Okay. Puffy. Mmm. Big brain. Tipsy. Ooh, damn. Brand, nice. Get that out of the way. And Wreck. Okay. So. Gave her, no. Um, Blimp. Okay. Top right is difficult. Would be cannon. Hell yes. Hell yes. Ah. What's a gar? I don't know what this word is. Gazer. Oh. So close. So close. This close. I don't even know what gar is. Mm-hmm. Get rid of you. And then... Damn you. Okay. It's going to make me lose a piece. I don't want that. Let's do that. Can't push you. Uh-oh. That was a bad move. Yep. There we go. Yep. Good game. It was well played. Hello, Munglo. How you doing, you gidunts? Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day. An absolute beautiful day. It is a day for coding. It is a Sunday. I forgot what day it was. I honestly didn't account for losing track of the days when I started streaming. What were you doing today, Mungalo? Tell us all about it. We are getting all of our stuff set up for our auto trappers and whatnot. Yeah. And now take that, pop it there. Yes. There we go. I'm going to have an achievement for catch a delivery. It's like you have to catch a delivery that's been thrown by the delivery driver. Yeah. So this here. Pick that up. Okay. No. Wait for it. There we go. Detected it. Grabbed it. Now we're taking it. Yeah. Now, if I go take Bobble, you should go back to just patrolling. Which you do. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. He just goes straight back to work. Straight back to work. But the tractor beam hasn't turned off. That's the problem there. Tractor beam visible is false. Oh, hang on. I always wanted a PhD for myself and not put doctor on my doorbell. Find that disgusting. That was the only reason, like that, my main reason for getting my bachelor's degree was just so that I could be like, yes, out of my siblings, I am the one with the highest education. That was the only reason I did it. If it wasn't for that, I would probably be a programmer that did not do any university at all. I was already working as a programmer, so it's not like I needed to get the paper. So, what are you usually for a bachelor? To get your bachelor's degree, it's usually 3 or 4 years if you do it with honors or a double degree. 21, 22 sort of thing. I got 2 degrees, had a stipend. That doesn't make me a superior being. But some people think so. I know. It's just something to like hold over people. For fun. For lols. Yeah. How we doing, Mike? Yep, for lols. Walmart paid for my bachelor degree in computer science. I figured may as well if they are paying for it. Yeah, exactly. If they're paying for it, sweet. My degree's a piece of paper and some folder, and that's it. Yeah. That's what they are for most people. A lot of people have multiple degrees. I do. Project management, business management, game design, logistics operations. I've thought about getting another degree, but then I think to myself, am I going to spend that much money on something that I don't need? I could take that money and instead buy 3 to 5 high-end computers. More proud of my publications and thesis. Real work in some degrees. But would you be doing those publications and thesis if you didn't have those degrees? I did all of those through work with a lot of recognized prior learning. Yeah. G'day, Symbol. How you doing? Publications came after the degrees. I always wanted to be a researcher. Game duel. Alright. And now I'm purple. Purpley purple. What do you want to do, Symbol? Do you want to do Guess Unlimited? Do you want to do the daily stuff? It's my Saturday night playing Diablo 4. It's all good. Nice. Nice. How is the new expansion stuff for it? Let's go daily. Alright, we'll go through all the daily stuff. Okay, that gives me a Duke Nukem feel. Nope, it's not a Duke Nukem. Jesus Christ, look at that jawline though. Terminator? Wolfenstein? It's not a Wolfenstein. Oh, hang on, is this like a Splinter Cell or something? Red Alert. Ah, yes, Red Alert. It is a Command and Conquer, but it's not Red Alert. Renegade? Renegade. There you go. Nice. Played a ton of Red Alert back in the day. Amazing game. Nice. Food. Grand Theft Auto 4. I don't know. Yeah, it's not a Grand Theft Auto. Mega Mustache. Mega Mustache is best mustache. Yeah. Yeah. When it stands up straight, it... it goes for a while. Feels like a dystopian game. It does. It's not Cyberpunk. It's not a Borderlands. It's not an Outer World. It could be... It's not Disco Elysium. Could it be something like Bomb Rush Cyberpunk or Hi-Fi Rush or something along that lines with this stylized art and stuff like that? I remember a garage LAN with 5 others and Red Alert. Everyone was, do not let Mongolo leave his base. Just had to stick it out until their alliance fell apart and win anyway. I don't know. It's not that. Could it be? No, I don't know. What is it? How is this? Is this a Saints Row? No, it's not a Saints Row. It's not Cyberpunk 2077. There's no cybernetics. AV Garage. AT. It says... Oh no, it does say Brain Dance. Okay, yeah, this is Cyberpunk. Okay. There you go. There you go. I was looking at like the arms here and stuff, and I was like, I would expect to see more cybernetics. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we've got black and white boots. I think it was more for like a stylized... It's more of a stylized art kind of thing. Like a painting. Yeah. What is this? What is this boot? Whose boot is this? Could be motorbike. You think Mass Effect? Which character from Mass Effect? I don't know characters from Mass Effect. Shepard? Nah. Okay, so his entire body is a black suit with white lines all around it. Yeah, it's like a skeleton painted on. I feel like I've seen this character before. It is a spooky hand pose. Like, what the hell's going on with this finger? Whoever does that, like, that is uncomfortable. That is uncomfortable as shit. Come on. Just that one finger there up. Trying to hold that. God damn. I physically can't do it. It's tough. It's tough because this finger wants to come up as well. Mass Effect? Which character, though? Which character? Like, that is... yeah, it's tough. That's tough. Um... Says wrong franchise in Saga. That's true. That's true. Or is it Half-Life? We need a character. Like, we can't search by game. There's no game search. So yeah. I don't know. Okay, there's some red. There's some red in there. It looks like a fighting game. It looks like a fighting game. So, oh, it could be like a... Could it be like a DC or a Marvel villain? Oh, Ninja Gaiden. What's the character name, Sammy? Need a character name. Nah. Nah, not for Ninja Gaiden. That's it. There we go, peasant. Well done. Skullomania. It was from a fighting game. That's the weirdest. Like, what's going on here? What's going on here with the spine? Why doesn't that go straight down? Alright. Keywords. Hero units. Military. Imperium. Bloody. Warhammer. No, it wouldn't be Warhammer. Would it? Like, it makes me think it's like a, like, the hero units is what's throwing me off. The hero units make me think it's like Warcraft. Yeah. Power armor, tech trees, squad units, and cover system. Okay, it is Dawn of War. I didn't know this had hero units. Oh, yes, it does have hero units. Yes, I remember now. I thought it was... Yeah. It's been a long time since I played Dawn of War. Oh, it's been a minute. Alright, last one. The guess. So we're looking for a single player game that's not third person before 2007. It could be... Doom. Before 97. Before 97. Single player, not first person or third person. It's not point and click or shooter. It's not a Nintendo game. Oh, it's not on the Nintendo 64 at least. This would be a platformer. It could be... So it's not on the Nintendo 64, but it could be like Super Mario Bros. It is a platformer. It's not a Nintendo game, but it looks like it's on the Sega Mega Drive. This is going to be a Sonic. '89, 90, or 91. So it's not a Sonic. It's not a Mario. Super Metroid. Would that be considered a shooter? Nah, it's not a Super Metroid. Alright, let's see. Show the clue. It's an action. So we're looking for an 89 to 91 game. Side view single player action. Metroid ain't a shooter. Apparently it is. So, yeah. Side view single player platformer action. That's not Mario, not Sonic, not Nintendo developed. Castlevania. It's not Castlevania, but it is Konami published. Is this gonna be like the original Metal Gear type stuff? I was also thinking... Altered Beast? Damn, that was 88. Of course, because that was Sega publishing. I was thinking the same thing. Alright, we've got two guesses left. Side view, single player, action, platformer, and something else that's not shooter and point and click. It could be a sim, so it wouldn't be Lemmings. That's not action. Super Ghouls and Goblins. Yeah, it's also Konami published. Maybe even developed. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Now, 89 or 90. I don't think we're going to get this. Contra. From 89 to 90 release year. I mean, I don't think we're going to get it, so why not? Let's see. Oh, Prince of Persia. Damn. Okay, yeah, we were way off. We weren't getting that. Platform puzzle adventure action released in 89. Wow. Way off. know Konami had something to do with that. It was probably initially published and developed by the creators, and then they got publishers down the track to release it on other platforms. That's probably what it was. The fact they don't say published by Ubisoft is wild to me. Was Ubisoft involved in the original Prince of Persia? Because if so, that could be a bug that I report and get it. Because they published it, many versions on different consoles and PCs. Actually, let's just go there. Go here. See. Prince of Persia, Ubisoft. So the Prince of Persia games. Go away. So that one there. I want to see if we can get some actual details. Best cinematic, blah, 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 blah. It's successful on its Prince of Persia franchise, which was followed by 3 sequels of its own and Prince of Persia 2008. The Japanese computer ports, River Hill Soft. Here we are. There we are. Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, Gameloft, Ubisoft publisher. Right there. As well as iOS, Nintendo 3DS, Wii, and Android. There we go. I'm also noticing this doesn't show the Wii, iOS, Android. It doesn't show. Oh yeah, it does show the 3DS. PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Yeah. All right. Bug reports. Prince of Persia. Prince of Persia does not list Ubisoft in the as a publisher. They did the yeah, as weird as that. There we go. Done. Ubisoft came much later. Yes, but it includes re-releases. So it lists the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 as consoles that it has been released on. And Ubisoft was the one that did the publishing for those consoles. So it should list Ubisoft as the publisher. Okay. Where are we up to with this? Okay. Off to make my dinner. Have fun. Thanks for the game. Well, thank you for hanging out with this symbol. I hope you have a great dinner. An absolutely fantastic dinner that is not at all filled with fantasticals. That's right. Creepily move into those shadows, you creep. Sorry. That sounded more aggressive than I meant it to. So if I place you and then I go move, see how I can't... Auto traffic placing. Placed. This. What this should do is... Actually, so my stream title is in reference to the Mighty Boosh, where the shamans always talk about the crunch. But it's also referencing crunch time. Like, we need to get things finished. It's crunch time. Time for us to focus up, sort of thing. And also, it gave me the idea of a bobblehead character called The Crunch. And they just have, like, a really big mouth. Yeah. That's... Yeah. So when we pick this up, so when we interact with it, this is the placing state, isn't it? No, this is placed. We have interact, it switches into the placing state. Does picking up the tractor when it grabbed the bobblehead also work? No. So if the tractor has already caught a bobble, then what'll happen is you will take the bobblehead from the tractor. And then you'll be able to go place that bobblehead somewhere. That's also okay. Well, I mean, I'm not going to allow you to pick up, like, the auto trapper while it's got a bobblehead trapped. What would the point of that be? Like, so it's not okay. It's just the correct implementation. You know what I mean? Nah, can't kick the auto trapper. Sorry. So, now that we've got that done, I need to figure out why it's not. It switches into placing, which is this state. Goes init state. Does character placing, which will be placing physics process true. Which just runs the regular physics process for this, where it does the check place raycast. Call super ready. Okay. What up, Lane? I'm doing well. How are you doing? That would count as violence. Easy way to get 18 plus rating. Reminds me, I'm going to go here. Eat. Sweetie, sweetie, sweet. And then after that... We have that. Then we need... Why doesn't it say that it's valid? Do that. Rocking up. Now notice how it is saying. It is printing true. Interact attempt place. Hang on. Placing. What do you mean you can't find definitions for that? If I search placing attempt, right there. Jesus Christ. So that's player state. Oh, hang on. So that's player state. Furniture is self. Would switch into the placing state. Why? This is very interesting. Hydrate. Let's do this. Tasty. So. Look at him running around all smug like. You smug little prick. Bloody Jeff. Get him! Get him! Hunt him down! Yeah! Okay. So it is going through to there. It is placeable. Area clear and placeable. This area overlaps furniture. You have the collision layer. Item and employee. You're just tracking furniture. When it's placed, hang on. Placed sets collision layer 11 to true. When we go placing, we do set collision layer value 11 to false. So that's good. So why does the area overlap? Area clear is false. Get overlapping areas. Interesting. Good night, Orcrus. You get that sleep. That sleep sounds like it's going to be amazing. Fantastic sleep. Reminds me of... I like washed my bed sheets like 2 months ago. And I just haven't been bothered to put them on my bed. That's how lazy I am. I should really put the bed sheets on my bed. Why is it... Is it because of these? No, because they're not monitorable. So because they're not monitorable, this wouldn't be detecting it. That's why. Masking 17. Yep. Okay. So that's the problem with that. So where we do placed, we also want to go set collision weight value 17 to false. Set it to true. That's our issue. Woot, woot, woot. If this works, then that should be the auto trapper finished. And we can probably look at moving on to finishing up the bobble trap. Ooh, hello. You were still tweening. That's why. Yep, okay. So we got some positional tween stuff to fix up first. Which, that'll be easy enough. That's just cancelling out a tween. Yeah. I wonder... There should be a way to get tweens associated with an object, right? We'll have a look at that after the ad break. We'll do a chess game while the ads play, though. It's feeling like it's going to be a good day for chess. Feeling like there's going to be many wins. Oh, no. Interesting. Alright, well, I'll do that then. Let's see. Go there. It's easy. I'm going to do that. I'm picking them apart. Um. Yep. Now I can push that there as well, but then you can take that. Now I can do that and get out of there. Fine by me. Now I can move you out. Everything here is protected, so that's easy. Obvious attempts are obvious. The fuck was that? Ah, that was... I think that might have been an auto move. Well, no, it couldn't have been an auto move. They spent 3.5 seconds thinking about it. I'm pretty sure they wanted to go there. But I still would have just taken that. Like, even if they did want to go there, I still would have just taken that. Because then you can take there, but then I can start to, like, you know, move around. And then even if you went there, like, that's gonna cause you problems. Because, yeah. And now it's... yeah. Now you got nothing but issues. Yeah. No. Yeah. No matter what, they were gonna lose. They just had way too few pieces. They just lost too many pieces. What was the issue that we were looking at there? It was the tweening of the bobbles, that's right. Go for... get tween. Tween can be created by using either that or that. Animating arbitrary sets of objects. The example above, all children of a node are moved one after another to position 0, 0. Should avoid using more than one tween per object's property. If two or more tweens animate one property at the same time, the last one created will take priority and assign the final value. If you want to interrupt and restart an animation, consider assigning a tween to a variable. Okay. So what that means is under here, where we do this tractor bobble here, what I'm gonna want is like specifically here. I want to be catch tween. And then we go catch tween. And then when we take the bobble, what we want to do is go if catch tween is not null and catch tween is running, catch tween kill, and catch tween null. I definitely want to set up a tween manager for my next project as well. Just so that I don't need to keep creating a bunch of variables to store different types of tweens. But instead I can create a tween manager that has an object's rid as the key and an array of, and then an array of like a dictionary underneath that. So you've got the object rid that maps to a dictionary, which has the action and the tween for that action. Something like that. That way we're not creating variables all the time and stuff like that. One stream streak! Woot! Woot! Oh. Held container. Held container 20. Mike and Hill, how are we? Problems while calling, send a shout out. Interesting. Interesting. And constantly lose streaks in here. The comeback within 24-hour thing breaks a lot just in this one channel. I think because of the 2 times a day or something. Yep. It's exactly why. That is exactly why. I can never get to 3 in here. Dang Aussies. Fine. If you want Boolean, I can go back to streaming once a day. Jeez. I'm at 302, even though I should be at more. I have set it up now so that if my internet is on the fritz and is crashing, I don't stream until it's resolved. Purely so that people don't lose stream streaks because of my internet. So, yeah. It should be more. It should be. It should be. Never missed a hypno stream. You know it. No, there's been a couple times where you've been close, though. A couple times where you've been close. I feel like going live at like 2 a.m. one day just to screw with Gamer. That'd be fun. That'd be a great time. The only place on Twitch where you can get the best head twice a day. Unless I don't feel like it. Ha 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 ha. That would be so mean. It would be. But that's... You know who I am, right? You know me. He's not in the mood today. What are we focusing on, Mike and L? Focus. There's nothing for me to focus on. All this focusing is making me hungry. Are you sure it's not these pretzels making you thirsty? I'm going to pay Johnny Smiley to cut half your mustache off. No, you're not. He's gonna be in Korean prison for years. They didn't say it would happen immediately. 6 months, I thought. Currently, it is 6 months. However, Johnny Somali has appealed. And the prosecutors also want to appeal because the prosecutors have a strong case, from what I've heard, to get it extended to a minimum of 3 years. Because apparently the judge has ignored some of the stuff that they outlined in their reasoning. And the prosecutor's like, well, no, like, you said this stuff in your reasoning for the sentence. That should make it a higher sentence based on previous sentencings and, like, legislation and stuff. So they're appealing the decision to be like, no, 6 months is too low. It should be 3 years. But Johnny Somali got to it first and appealed it, so it's probably going to get extended anyway. Because, you know, he's a dumbass. I do want to set up some sort of nuisance streamer database and have it as like have it as anybody, any streamer that has received jail time for something that they streamed, they go into this database and they get shown on this website. And then open it up to an API to allow governments and border agencies to check this person coming in. Are they on this list of nuisance streamers? If they are on this list of nuisance streamers, block them from coming into the country because we don't need that shit. Be like, oh, sorry, you're trying to come into our country and be a nuisance streamer? Nope. Get back on the plane and piss off home. What's that? You're not here to stream? I'm sorry, but based on your recorded performances, you lie a lot. So we don't believe you. Go home. If people would quit watching it. That's the thing. People don't watch it because they're entertained by the nuisance that they're being. Like, they're watching it because they want to cause them to get in more trouble. They want to be like, all right, they will egg them on to do more and more stupid things until they get arrested. So they're watching it for the train wreck that it is, not because they enjoy the nuisance streamer kind of thing. It's like a car crash. Yeah. So the only way to stop it is to go, okay, if you're going to be a nuisance streamer that does things that get you arrested, you're just not able to leave your country at all. You're not able to go anywhere else in the world. Yeah. Done. Full stop. You're a flight risk. There's nothing stopping you from being a nuisance streamer on the plane. There's nothing stopping you from being a nuisance streamer in the other country. And for that reason, we're just going to stop you from being able to fly or travel out of the country. Or if the country they come from doesn't want them either. If the country they come from doesn't want them either, then they can throw them in jail. They can be like, alright, you're being a nuisance streamer. We're going to put you in jail for just being a public nuisance. Done. Make it the home country's responsibility to punish them. Not another country. So, God, the rules that I would implement if I was in charge. It's like the Nick Ocado situation when he was that fat guy. Yeah. He kept, people kept egging him on, getting him to eat more and more and more until he got very, very unhealthy. Yeah. It's a danger. What was the issue that I was just fixing? I forget. That's right, we had a crash. We had a crash because the held container, we need it so that when we do a save load, when we do a clean up nodes, we also want to go player instance hold clear held. Just want to clear it out. Oops. It'd be kind of fun if they allow voting for whether people should go to jail or not. They do. It's called a jury. It's a jury. If I load game. Excellent. I'd rather we have a system like this. We already allow people who should never be allowed to vote. I'd rather we never have a system like this. Yeah. I think prison systems have moved away from what their original purpose was. Because, like, yes, a prison is there to isolate people from society that shouldn't be in society. But they're also supposed to try and rehabilitate those people. Prison is a money-making business? Exactly. So I think there needs to be a change to the legal system. I think I'm all in favor of capital punishment. If it's like a second offense. So if someone got sent to jail for murder 1 or something like that, send them to jail. Send them to jail for 25 years. If they come out and they commit that crime again, just get rid of them. Like, you've given them a chance. They didn't take it. There's no point in keeping them in society anymore. Like, why do we let these people... we have criminals that have been, like, violent offenders released from prison, like, 6 or 7 times, and they keep reoffending. Just remove them. Like, get rid of them. And then you don't have that problem anymore. Like, clearly they're not... Clearly you can't rehabilitate these people. The problem is this. For most, if you're sent to jail for years and they release, by the time you go through the appeals and shit to kill them, they'll be like 80. There'll be no point. It costs the taxpayers too. What's of it? That's just change to legislation. You make the legislation say that if this is their second violent offense, like, you have levels. So, you know, if it's the second time they've been convicted of murder, that's it. They're done. They don't get an appeal. They're just done for. That's it. Set them up to go through the process in the next week. Done. Doesn't cost much money. Doesn't give them the opportunity to delay the system over and over and over again. And the cost of doing that versus keeping them in prison and paying for them to be in prison for another 20 years, much less. Much less. And I know that there's the argument of I know there's the argument of capital punishment doesn't always give the victims the sense that they've been, like, that justice has been served. But I would rather a family of a murder victim not feel like justice has been served after the person that committed the murder has been eliminated, versus that person getting back out on the streets and committing that crime again. I think the first option is the lesser of two evils there. Yeah, I'm more worried about potential future victims. So, I don't think that argument holds any weight. I mean, think about how free our prison system would be. I would also set it up so that if you have spent the majority of your life going in and out of prison for minor crimes, like if you reach the age of 30 and you have spent 10 years going in and out of prison for minor crimes, at that point in time, you get capital punishment. At that point in time, you're done. You're clearly not able to be rehabilitated and put into the system again, because you just keep committing these crimes and ending up back in there. Like, you've been given multiple chances. At some point, you've got to say enough's enough. Yeah. That would be what I'd want. So why did that bobblehead? We still have... We still have this not tweening correctly. We need to take Australia back and turn it back into a prison colony. We can use the prison colony for forced labor to make everyone else's lives easier. Conditions would be harsh but fair. They'd get paid 2 cents an hour and live off ramen noodles. No. You don't pay them. You don't pay them for the labor. No. The labor is part of their rehabilitation and part of their punishment. You don't reward them for doing the labor. Because that just increases the cost. That increases the cost of keeping them in the prison. So... Then you run the risk of imprisoning people for the sake of slave labor. But that's why, like, I wouldn't worry about the slave labor side of things. Like, if someone's going to prison multiple times, they're getting removed anyway. They're not going to be available for slave labor anyway. So, and also, it's not. I would argue that them doing labor in prison is them paying for what they get in prison. Who said anything about rehabilitation? You cannot rehabilitate stupidity. Well, you can. It's called education. But in Like that's why I'm saying prisons should be rehabilitation. You should, when if you go to prison, you should be rehabilitated, and then when you come out of prison, you shouldn't need to commit crimes or anything anymore. And if you do commit crimes, then clearly you can't be rehabilitated, and that's when we just get rid of you. I have a special tool for rehabilitating stupidity. It's called a captive bolt gun. No. 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 Primary challenge you get once released from prison is in the form of butthole diameter increase. Force wave camps for the win. I always preferred the English spelling of diarrhea, which is diarrhea, because it really looks like you've lost control of your bowels. Look at North Korea's crime stats, they work. I don't care about North Korea's crime stats. I'm just sick of hearing about someone that gets released from prison committing the same crime again and again and again and leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Correctional facilities aren't effective though. I know that, Silver. I know. That's why I'm saying we need to make changes to the prison system to make them effective. And the people that don't get rehabilitated through the new prison process, that reoffend, are just removed. Yeah. Like the guy who was arrested on 72 felonies before stabbing the poor girl in there. Yeah, exactly. Like, that person should have been removed from the gene pool at 10 felonies at most. I would argue 5 felonies or 3 felonies. And you get removed from the gene pool. That's what I would argue. You know? Imagine how much money taxpayers would have been saved if that person wasn't around to do the other 70 felonies. You know? What shits me, these young ones getting arrested for break-ins or aggravated assault, then released on bail the next day. Or community service. Yeah. And especially, like, in Melbourne at the moment, there's all these youth gangs. Have a good one, Woosa. Have a good one. Like, in Melbourne at the moment, there's all these youth crimes going on. And most of the youth crimes are committed by people that have come over from third world countries. And it's my opinion that if you come to Australia on a visa and you commit a violent crime, you are imprisoned, and then once your imprisonment is over, you get sent back to wherever it is you're from. If you're from Britain and you come over here and you commit a violent crime, you get sent to jail. After your jail term, you get sent back overseas to Britain. If you're from Germany, same thing. If you're from Spain, same thing. You're from Somalia, same thing. Doesn't matter. You in VS Code or Godot? It looks different. This is NeoVim. This is NeoVim. But yeah, for some reason, people view that as like a hot take. To me, if you commit a crime in a country and you're not a permanent resident of the country, they should be deported. They should be deported, but I think they should face that country's punishment first. So, for example, if underage, the parent sponsors should also get deported. Yes, I agree. And with the I don't think they should be deported immediately because, for example, the Australians that get caught in like Indonesia and stuff, trying to smuggle drugs, I think those people should be subject to Indonesian punishment because they've broken the law in Indonesia. I don't think they should be deported back to Australia to face punishment here. You know? Should be detained and face the courts first, but the detainment should be made, not send them out on bail till court. Yeah, exactly. They should be held, like, get rid of bail. Well, get rid of bail for violent crimes. If you've committed a violent crime, not allowed out on bail at all. Still can't believe we traded the Lord of War for some stupid basketball player that broke Russian law. Neovim, Tommy. Neovim. For the young ones, Hypnotic should be sent for national service. I'd be fine with that. Go for it. Like, if Australia had a conscription and they picked me, I'd be like, alright, fair enough. Let's do it. But yeah. It's like in the Northern Territory at the moment, people are losing their mind. And I'm on the people's side in the Northern Territory. In the Northern Territory, I am all for what the locals are doing. What are we doing here? So we set it to conscious, disable, do that. We're not moving it. Actually, we do hold object, which does the position tween. Switches into the held state, and then the bobblehead in its held state sets up the position tween. And that's calculating character hold offset. So we set up position tween. So why is that not working? Because we kill the tween. We kill the tween, we set it to null, and then we hold the bobble, which should set up the position tween. Ooh, actually, that's a great idea. That is a fantastic idea. Switch state held. That's what we want. Ezra! Welcome in, you good dunce. How yous doing? How are yous doing? Any reason you're using it instead of VS Code or Godot? I just prefer Neovim. That's all. Nothing special. How are we doing, Ezra? How's your demo going? What up, Iliad? Welcome in. How are all you fantastic gadunts doing? I am streaming today until we get all of this bobble trap stuff set up and working. Taking our steps closer to getting the demo up. Nice. Nice. You get that food, Ezra. You get that food. I hope it's delicious and tasty. Does your NeoVim have autocomplete for GD script? It does. It does. See how we've got like different classes and whatnot. We've got the constants inside GD Script Global. We've got the classes that GD Script has. If you want to do a rigid body 3D, you've got all the stuff for the rigid body. Get orphan node IDs. Is this? Returns object IDs of all orphan nodes outside the scene tree, used for debugging. Only works in debug builds. Okay, there we go. That's why. Need to figure out how to do that. Config NeoVim Lua. So I've got this after directory. So that after directory there has my debug adapter and my LSP. So if we go NeoVim LSP, this here is the code that sets up NeoVim connecting to the LSP. That's all it is. And you'll notice in here, if I go LSP stop, you know, it says LSP disconnected. If I go LSP start, LSP connection taken. It's lovely. A lot of people like other editors for Godot Dev for the quality of life features in the editors. Yeah, basically. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, you fantastic Godun. I hope you're having a great day. A fantastic time. What I'm trying to fix at the moment for everyone that's come in, we're trying to fix up our positioning of the bobblehead when we take it from a trap. So we've got this little guy who's just running around the store being annoying. Yeah. Thank you for the follow too. Everyone that follows here is what we like to refer to as gedunts. The marquee at the top will tell you exactly what a gedunt is. Yeah. We take this thing, and it looks like a tank. You place it, and it patrols your store, searching for these guys. Yeah? And you can, like, pick him up, you can move him. Yeah? And then, once it detects that, once it's close enough to the bobblehead... Whoa. Slippery little bastard. Once he gets close enough to the bobblehead, he will target the bobblehead and track it. Yeah? But that's what I'm trying to fix. So you see how we picked up the bobblehead, but the tractor beam hasn't turned off and the bobblehead's not in the correct position. We need to fix that. So we take the bobble. Set call deferred visible. Let's see if that does that. My dentist told me I need a crown. I said, finally, someone recognizes my authority. Like, that's what I've been telling everybody, but nobody agrees with me. Alright, so this here... Why? We hold it. We hold the bobble. The bobble gets reparented. And then we set it into the held state. And the held state... The held state for the bobblehead will trigger this setup position tween. I know why. Yep, I know why. I am going to keep that set up there. Set call deferred visible to false. Okay. So we switch you into idle so that this can happen. And then we cancel that. And then we hold the object. Thank you for the follow. You fantastic gedunt. Hey, we get this set up here. I really need gedunt business cards. I really want everyone to enjoy the honor of going around to people and handing them a business card that says, "G'day, I'm a gedunt." It has your name embossed at the bottom. Really want people to know what that feels like. Spotted two blokes having a piss next to my car earlier. Turns out they were from We Buy Any Car. What? Oh, We Buy Any Car. Yep. As in they buy cars. Yep. I gotcha. It's a good one. I like it. It's a thinker. I wonder if I need to change, like do the state change on a call deferred. I wonder if that's what the issue is. Change my file to make it buy. Might make it easier next time. No. Don't make it easier for the people that are slow. Okay. We deserve to not get the joke. Got him. I was too late. Come on. Gotcha. Gotcha. See that? That's wrong. Something's not triggering. And I feel like it's the take bobble that's not. I feel like this isn't triggering, but instead something else is. So we tween. We have a look at our. We have a look at here. Character. Take bobble. That's what it was. That's what it was. It wasn't calling the take bobble function. It's so obvious now once you know what the issue is. Not just the symptom. There we go. Now we've got that one to fix. So we've got the bobble cage that we need to fix up now. Actually, it does call cage bobble. Drop off bobble. There we go. Easy. Fixed and fixed. Now under here, when we cage the bobble, what we want to do is go bobble if the position tween is not null and the position tween is running, then we want to go position tween kill. And just to make sure, we set position tween to null. Beautiful. Thank you for the follow. You are awesome and legendary, just like the rest of yous. I've just remembered I haven't moved the chat window. Such a fool. How could I forget to move you into a position where you can actually see all the messages coming in through chat? Into that corner that has nothing going on. There you are. Difficult bobblehead to find, aren't you? Beautiful. Beautiful. Auto bobblehead trapper. Functioning as intended. Fixed bug with positioning of bobblehead in bobble cage. Voila. Ads coming in. Let's play a game of chess while we have the ads go past. Maybe, just maybe, we will win. I hope so. Nothing worse than losing chess in front of an audience. Now I'm going to hunt you down. There. And I almost made a boo-boo. Let's see. Sweet. No, shit. Yep. I noticed that way too late. Yep. I've royally screwed myself now. Then yeah. I've lost this. feel like I should push that, but then you can go there, and then I'd have to push there. And then those two are both unable for you to go to. So that's not a good idea. If I push there and you go there and I take there, that opens up that file for you. But if I go there, you take there, I take there, you take down there, I can take across there. Beautiful. That was easy to anticipate. Let's see. Yep. That was always going to be checkmate there. Nothing I could do about it. Blundered my queen. Alright. So. What are we up to? We've got you working. We now need to work on our other trap. We need to work on this one. So we need to create a particle system. What's particle? I always make it a GPU particle system. What's it need? Fumes, we'll call it. Nothing is visible because nothing's been assigned to the draw pass. Material to the process. Particle's not been assigned. So the draw passes and the process material. Ribbon trail mesh. Yes. Curve material. This can be like that in color. The size 0.04, I reckon. Amount. Yeah, we'll go 8. We'll go 8. Time. That'll be fine. A material to process the particles is not assigned, so no behavior is imprinting. So this one here, we want to go spawn, angle, velocity, direction, 0. There we are. So for this, we want the gravity to be 9.8. And we want... Bring it up a bit. Display. Are we able to billboard this? Born, we want it to be a box. We want it to like... The shape. Section length. Acceleration for gravity. We could probably have that as like 1. Let's make this kind of want to expand these to be like 0.15, 0.15. I go 5 seconds. I don't like how they spawn in full. Weird. I'm going to turn off gravity. I'm going to go linear acceleration. We don't really want that. That turbulence is way too much. I don't know why it's displaying that many though. Like, why is it displaying it such an odd... Like, what I'd like to do is just have like a fume sort of thing. Not sure I'd be able to get it with this though. No collision, no sub-emitter. I think that would have to be a custom shader. GPU article 3D create fumes effect. That's the kind of thing that I'm after. It's got to be some trails. Like stream game dev, but it's a bit scary. That's fair. It's always going to be scary until you start. Always. How we doing, Bollock? Yeah, you know has. Correct. I don't use stream elements or anything like that. So that's the kind of thing that I Like that kind of trail. Use particle trails. Flat option moves the mesh to a signal quad and works best with billboard particles. So we're going to change this to be flat. That's not exactly what I want though. I don't want it to billboard. Section length and section segments work together to control how smooth the particle trail looks. When a particle trail does not travel in a straight line, the more sections it has, the smoother it becomes. Okay. Let's set you to 0.1. Oh, 0.01. I'll set you to 0.002. Section length. Section segments. Then if we go sections 40. I don't like how it starts with all of them either. So I need this sort of curve, I think, would be best. Okay. So why does it create 4 of them in a row? So how many was that in a row? Hang on. It's creating 6. If I turn off trails, it gets rid of that. Enable use particle trails. Particles should now be emitting in trails. That's weird. When ice skating for the first time, it was very fun. Nice. Um, why is it creating 6? Lifetime randomness. It's going well, Longo. It's going well. We got our auto trapper working. And now I'm just trying to get this set up so that it's doing like a fume sort of particle. But it doesn't make sense. At least not to me. I don't know why it's creating 6. There we go. So we got that one there. But where's the... Use particle trails must also be enabled on the particle meshes material. Use particle trails. Where is that? I'm assuming it's already enabled. Oh wait, hang on. There it is. Use particle trails. Okay. What is that? Why are they so big? Why are they so stretched out. Where's that one there? 0. Why does it get very thin? We do 0.1. And why does it... You know what? You know what? I don't think a regular particle system will work for that. So, that. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Fine, we'll stay with this. What up, Curious? How you doing? Who here knows particle systems? Because this is making no sense to me. I don't like how it's spawning with it all the way down there. Feel like we set up a new scale curve. Do something like that. Maybe scale over velocity. Because that's scaling everything. It's not just scaling the length. Also don't know why at 5 it disappears. But at 6 it's visible. Why is it so long? Multiplying the size of the curve at the given distance. So is that only affecting width? It's only affecting width. Why are they flat on the edge? Oh my god, I hate particle systems. What we need is fumes coming off it, so they actually go on a curve. And the trail's not just straight behind it. Let's see. I'm just going to recreate this thing for now. Get rid of that. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Reset everything to what it is, so it's a default. What up, Jedem? Man does shake fist at particles. So let's start it off. Are they using CPU particles or GPU particles? I don't know, but trails, length seconds. Maybe it does need to be CPU particle. Or not, because this does not appear to have it at all. Okay. So let's set our, what is it, process material or draw pass? Oh, because I want to set this up first, but the process material. Lifetime to something like 0.8. Well, no, that's... In the trails group of the particle system, check the box. This feels out of date. Do a basic smoke particle system first. I think I want to get this. I want to get this first. But I don't see this layout here, like enabled and length seconds. That's not something that exists here. It's got lifetime. So do I just do 0.8? 0.86. And then under process material, set direction to 1.0 and initial velocity. I think it means gravity, doesn't it? Because gravity is what's going to make it go up. I mean, I could set that to 0. Ah, there we are. Under velocity. Initial velocity. 10. Now we create a draw pass as a ribbon. Assign a new standard material. Enable that. There are no particles emitting at the moment, even though it says they should be emitting in trails. Particles should now be emitting in trails. I don't even see this spread here. A spread there at 45 degrees. Okay. So yeah, that's not doing what I would imagine it should be doing right now. Like, it's all enabled. It's emitting. But I don't see anything. It's emitting nothing. There's nothing being emitted at all. What's it complaining about? Trails enabled, but one or more mesh materials are either missing or not set. One or more mesh materials. You talking about this one? Because it's got a material. Okay, well now it's fine, but it's still not. It's still saying this, not emitting anything. So, okay, so he set you back to 0.3. Why did they say? Okay, well apparently changing that after setting it is. Okay, so that's just shooting straight up in a random direction. Okay. So I assume what we need to do is give it gravity. Okay, so that's going to do that. All right. So why does that create? Well, doesn't matter. So if instead of point, we go box, and instead of having a gravity like that, have it like so. Set initial velocity. Okay, there they are. And then for this, we want to go billboard Y enabled. Set you to flat. Apparently, it does not want to billboard on the Y. Okay. Okay. Acceleration curve doesn't seem to do anything. I don't think we can do this with a particle system. The main reason why is because I don't think I can have them go like that. Because usually for a smoke system, you'll have it, like, unless we add some sort of like minor turbulence. I guess that kind of does something. If we set this to 0.02, and the size of it is that, like, notice how it's no longer creating the trail as it moves. It's because the trail needs to flip. Which, that actually doesn't make sense. Because it spawns with the entire trail. And then it shrinks because it moves up. Instead of moving down. So, if I have you as negative 0.5... and I instead rotate this thing 180, does nothing. God damn it. No. I'm not going to worry about this for the time being. I'm going to move on to just having the bobblehead detect this and move towards it. We can worry about what it looks like later. That's the bobble trigger. Let's go area 3D. Go bobble detector. Go away. We want a collision shape, which will be a cylinder of 0.1. That is 1 meter or 2 meters. Make it negative 0.1. And this area here needs to detect a bobble. We look for bobble trap, which then goes export bar bobble detector area 3D. Under here, we'll have a trap placed, which will go character bobble detector monitoring as true. And we go cleanup character bobble detector monitoring false. That's what we want. Roller skates are old, worn out, and don't have good ankle support. Downside of going skating is that I forgot I have to work in the morning, and we aren't getting back till 11 p.m. Well, sounds like you're experiencing the work-life balance. Yep. So many times it's like, oh man, I've got work tomorrow. But concert. I have to go to concert. I'll just be tired for work tomorrow. Screw it. Okay, so that there. Bobble detector. Body entered. Bobble detected is going to take the bobble, and we will go if detected caged, return. If detected caged or detected is not conscious, return out. I work in the morning, but Godot, YouTube, video games. I'm a night owl with a morning job. Again, work-life balance. You're gonna have to stop being a night owl. Get a proper sleeping schedule. That's all. What, so we have detected. You could always become a security guard. Do nighttime security. Yeah. Done. Let's see, we do bobble detected. So I'm going to go until we have this trap catching the bobbles. That's what I want to get finished. I don't care about the VFX stuff right now. The VFX can be after the fact. That's not how it works. I mean, start training to be a security guard then. I'm giving you solutions here, Bongo. It's up to you to actually implement them. This is a very, very weird setup they have here. Now, if you move that, I get that. If you don't move it, I check that, and then I get that. So you've got to either move that there, or do one of those. Or do that. One or the other. Let's see. I wasn't even paying attention to his queen either. Did not look at his queen. Then here. Now I can push that. Oh. Thank you for the fork. Now I'll attack you again. Wait. There's no way you can move that too to protect that either. So best he can do is save his queen. Ah, shit. Yep. Checkmate. Yep. My god. I really didn't see anything that match, did I? I saw nothing. Ah. Let's see how badly I can lose this time. Let's see. Move you there. Then move you there. That's fine. Yeah, that's check. Yep. There was nothing I could do at that point. Nothing I could do. Then do that. push you. Not happening. You go there, I just go there. Let's see. Push that there. And then thank you. That works for me. There we are. That was a much better game. That was a much better game. Jesus. Nobody today. It isn't word. It's isn't word. You're having trouble spelling here, Bongo. Nobody this morning, Crayon. I'm gonna get one last thing implemented, and then tonight, in tonight's stream, we will have body. Yeah. So in here, if the bubble's detected, I want to go detected. Trap equals self, and we want to go into bobble. I go trap, bobble trap, and for its walking around, I want to go state idle. Snake eating Dorito. Lies. Lies and slander. That's quite clearly a worm eating a Dorito. Or a turtle eating a Dorito. I prefer turtle. That's a turtle eating a Dorito. Yep. Character nav agent. Is navigation finished? I'm gonna go and character trap is not null. Then what we want to do is go character caged, true. Character switch state. State idle. Return. Over here. We have trap. We go set trap equals trap. Well, trap equals val. If trap is not null and val is not null, return. Because if they put two traps next to each other, it starts going towards one, it gets detected by the other one. Actually, that's an idea. Or detected trap is not null, then we return out. Yeah. Super smart. I'm super smart. There we go. Set physics process. Trap. Not null. Oh, trap is null. If there's no trap, then we want the physics process. If there is a trap, then we... Actually, no. So we set that, and we go nav agent. Target position is trap. Global position if trap is not null. What up, big boy? Cankles, Yochik, welcome in. It's going well. We've gotten a lot of stuff finished off this morning. Just to show you, our automated trap is now working as it should. But yeah, what were you working on, big boy? How goes everything? Like literally everything. Life, work, games, everything. The man, the myth, the legend himself, the Beard Lord, who is always on. You know it. And tonight I will be back in my mech suit. I just woke up a little bit late this morning and didn't have time. Things going good? Always working away at the game. Nice. We have these. Look at him go. Pick him up. Place him back down. He detects the bobble. Picks it up. Tractor beams it. It's got a tractor beam that catches the bobblehead. And then it takes it out the back. And we've got a cage over there that the bobblehead can go in. So it dumps the bobblehead in there. And then it heads back out to patrol the store for other bobbleheads that become conscious. Yeah. Pretty sweet. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic. Get done. I'm currently working on these ones. Having it so that if a bobblehead enters this area, they will walk, like start heading towards the cage. And then I need to set up some sort of particle effect or some sort of shader effect where there's like fumes coming off the top of the cage, kind of like pheromones that are like attracting the bobblehead towards it. Yeah. Yep. That's the idea, at least. Worked on adding in fish rarities today with some flashy backgrounds and stuff. Now, when you say flashy backgrounds, are the backgrounds actually flashing? And I don't mean the fishy kind of flashing, if you get what I mean. Do you use an AI extension? No. Just like a scrolling texture in the background? So like fancy, visually awesome, kind of flashy. I knew what you meant. But I kind of want. I was hoping that, you know, the background would like flash. You'd have to have a warning being like, "Ooh, seizures, careful." What are we doing? So this thing here, that might be bad. I mean, depends if people ignore the warning or not, right? Yeah. But yeah, water. I don't use any AI extensions. I haven't even opened AI for any sort of coding or video or anything like that. It's all been myself and Cinti and Kenny assets, as well as some people in chat that I've given some stuff to do art for me. You know? Do you just not like it? I've never used it, so I can't say I don't like it, but I haven't had a use case in which I needed AI. Like, there hasn't been a problem that we haven't been able to solve without using AI. So, yeah. And if I was going to use AI, I wouldn't use it to generate code anyway. I would use it to just kind of explain the process of how to do something, and then I would figure out how to code that myself. Yeah. Exactly, Psionic. Artisanal software developer, also known as knows what they're doing. But like, our next game is going to have a lot of physics stuff, and won't have an editor interface, so that'll be interesting. The next game, I may actually need to use AI to do some explaining of stuff, because that's going to be very physics heavy and very puzzle logic based. So, like, trying to implement a puzzle based on kind of like the Escher stairs or the infinite staircase, things like that. That may require me to get an explanation from AI in some areas. But we'll see. We will see. Currently experimenting with AI, creating large code bases with minimal me modifications. Spoiler, it's a mess. One thing I want to try for my analytics assignments is to manually complete the project, then develop a system or workflow that can create the same output, but using AI to generate the result. I mean, when you say the same output, do you mean all of the the entire assignment, the entire project is identical? So a programming project, all the code would be identical? Or do you mean that the result is identical and how it gets to that result can vary? Because from what I've seen, a lot of the time AI creates a bunch of extra code that you wouldn't generally have. But again, I haven't used AI to generate any code, so I don't have any first-hand experience. I just have other people's anecdotal experiences. As close as possible to identical for the result. Example, I'm working on a business report for a database. Okay, business report from a database. Interesting. It loves writing messy comments that don't actually explain anything. Fair enough. Fair enough. Where were we? So we set the bobble, we set that when it gets there. If character trap is not null, I'm going to get rid of this now. There you go. If character trap bobble is not null and character trap. Ooh, actually, that's what I should do. Because that's going to do bobble triggered, which will toggle the cage and it will reparent the bobble. Yep. Yep. If it's not null and character trap bobble is not character, then what we want to do is go character trap equals null and character switch state enums state idle. There you go. So we set the trap to null, we switch it into idle, and then it'll go into another walk state and loop through again from there. What up, 4-star Yelp review? And also likes using emojis in code. And I've also heard it likes using M dashes. So if you ever see anything that has an M dash in a review or a blurb or something like that, or a listing, a description or something, it's usually AI generated. Got Hypno for a whole extra 23 minutes, you know it. It also loves lambda statements. Loves writing messy comments that don't actually explain anything. Actually, I heard the Primogen talking about it the other day. What was it? Yeah, this thing. I heard Primogen talking about this the other day. And it's basically people say that AI is good for front-end development but not back-end development, and others say it's good for back-end development but not front-end development. And you look into those people's backgrounds And it's like, all right, back end developers that don't know front end development say that it's good for front end development and it's not good for back end development. People that know front end development say that it's not good for front end development, but they don't know back end development, so they say it's good for back end development. And it's like, oh, I see. So it's just, if you don't know how to do something, you think the AI is good at doing that thing because you don't know how to do it. Right. Yeah. The German amnesia effect describes how experts notice errors in articles about their field, but forget this experience when reading about unfamiliar topics. So, yeah. German amnesia effect, the phenomenon of people trusting newspapers for topics which that person is not knowledgeable about, despite recognizing the newspaper as being extremely inaccurate on certain topics that person is knowledgeable in. So I think it sounds like an extension. It sounds like an extension of the intelligence paradox, where the less intelligent you are, the more you think you know. Whereas the more intelligent you are, the less you think you know, because you know there's a lot more that you don't know. So it seems like it's just an extension of that. Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect. So it's just... I'm pretty sure it's Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah, let me... Cognitive bias. Individuals with low ability in a specific area overestimate their skills and knowledge, often due to a lack of self-awareness. Yeah. Yeah, so same thing. It's another version of cognitive bias, basically. I got work on guy in a box killing things game. Toodles Vongo, have a good one. You mean Dunning-Kruger? Is that, if you don't know, you're more prone to overestimating your own capabilities? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, that's a cognitive bias, and that one there also seems like a cognitive bias. Where you know something in a certain field, so when someone says something that's inaccurate, you're like, hang on, that's not right. Whereas in a field that you don't know, someone tells you something and you're like, oh, really? Huh, okay. Fair enough. It's not about intelligence, though. There's a right version and a myth version. It's not about intelligence. It's a cognitive bias, though. And the intelligence aspect can lead into it. So, like, if you don't know something about a certain topic, if you're not knowledgeable of a certain topic, you're going to be very confident in whatever you're told and repeating it. Like, you're going to be like, oh, I was told this. I don't know anything else, so that must be right. I'm going to go for it. Whereas if you know about that topic and someone, if you know about that topic, you're going to give answers, but you're not going to be like, this is 100% right. Yeah. What you on about? You must be Canadian. Wrong about. What's the corrector boot for a Canadian then? What was I doing? That's right. We had that. Yep. Okay. Let's test this out. I'll give you a hint. You paint your face blue. That's a blue man group. That's the blue man group. I don't believe anything people tell me regarding fields I'm not knowledgeable of. I actively debate against what I am told to the point that I either have the person no longer confident in their knowledge or I start citing ChatGPT. You're the problem. And you complain about the English. Scottish? Oh, of course, you paint your face blue. Scotland, blue and white flag. Ah, there you go. What's the difference in spelling? Huh. Huh. Ow. Monitoring is true. Interesting. Oh, of course. Yep. Oh no, I'll just set to 4. Okay. Ow. Level of drunkenness, probably. Even people in Newcastle say a boot, though. The original Newcastle, not the Oz one. Oh yeah, there is a Newcastle in Australia, isn't there? Huh. That sounds like you'd make me no one confident about my ability to not throw my hands in the air and give up. ChatGPT says you can't throw your hands, you can only raise them in the air. Let's see. I just want to verify that that's happening. Beer? I'm not drinking any of that pish. They didn't say beer, they said beef. It was a typo. Holy wall of text, Batman. That's not a wall of text, Mike and Hill. That is nowhere near a wall of text. Oh, you should see some of the things some people put up. I need to fix up that rotation weirdness too. It is on collision layer 4. Interesting. When we place it, we turn on the monitoring. You're right, I can't read. I don't know how people manage to code entire projects with AI. It's so damn expensive. If I was using extra usage, my bill would be over $2,000. It's because those people are usually... They're usually, like, not doing much else. Apart from making whatever weird AI program thing that it is they're making. It's monitoring. It is monitoring. And it is on the collision layer. So... Oh! I am an idiot. Collision mask, not collision layer. There's CEO, not a journalist, not a scientist. His goals are orthogonal truth. That's true. That's true. His goal is to increase stock price so that investors equal happy and invest more. Sometimes I have to burn through $10, $20 of tokens a day. I just do research like a second brain. See, that's too much. Like, I'm a streamer and a game dev. Like, I do this full time. I don't have money to waste. I don't have money to spend on things like that. I see what the issue is now. Collision needs to be a convex. Needs 4 points that are .16. 0.16. So they're all 0.16. Then we'll have you as negative 0.1. You as 1. 0.1. 0.1. 0.1. Negative 0.1. Negative 0.1. Negative 0.1. That's our top. And then I want it to go down. So it's This really just needs to be used for like raycast detection, and that's it. Actually, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. Go negative 0.1, 0.1. So we do that. But when the gate opens, like when this is opened, I would want you to go with it. Let's copy that. Right there. My horror, Michael Stevens, yes, Vsauce. Voice kinda weird ass opinion on AI in the last Rest is Science podcast. I don't think I've ever watched his podcast. Consciousness is bad philosophy honeypot. So many people get stuck there. Well, it's kind of pointless. LLMs are nowhere near conscious. They're just pretending. It's beyond some people's comprehension. Yeah. Like, we don't even know how we are conscious. Like, we don't know what makes something conscious. We know how to like, we have ways of measuring it, but we have no idea what causes it. So how do people expect us to create something that we don't know how, like, don't know how it comes into being? We would have better luck creating a black hole because at least we know how that's created. Yeah, the entire idea. I would like them to identify exactly what causes something to be conscious. So that way we can end the debate of when does a person become conscious. And then there's just no argument at that point. I guess the idea is that it's an emergent property. Yeah, it's an emergent property. That's the current thinking of it. But again, we don't know. And if it's an emergent property, we should be able to replicate it if we knew what it emerged from. So the consciousness problem does not get you anywhere. I mean, you can make that argument about a lot of things. It's not about getting you anywhere. It's about just understanding. Like, it doesn't need to solve a problem or anything like that. It's just increasing understanding of everything. Yeah. For instance, the Big Bang. We have people looking into that all the time and trying to like come up with what was before the Big Bang and stuff like that. It doesn't get us anywhere. We can never go to that point or get past that point or anything like that. Anything past that point is irrelevant. But it's just about understanding. And that's it. And I think that's a good thing. Understanding is always a good thing. If hypothetical method of measuring consciousness tells you that a banana is conscious, you're not going to stop eating bananas. Yeah. But again, you're still focused on what does understanding it solve. But it's not about what. It's just about understanding what it is and how it comes about. It's not about what problem does this information solve. It's purely about understanding. And that's it. Nothing else. It's purely about understanding. Because if we start drawing lines in where we're gonna stop because it doesn't provide anything, then we never actually understand. Like, we're never actually going to understand fully ourselves or the universe or anything like that. We'll only know it to a point and nothing more. I've always thought of consciousness as being aware of information. The more ways you can receive information and the more demonstration of responsiveness to information, the more conscious you are. Oh, so by that, an LLM would have a very minor level of consciousness. Because it does have a way of receiving information and it does have a way of demonstrating responses to the information. Not complex, but it still fulfills that. My point is that you're not understanding anything really. It's a red herring, but you are. Like, the way of measuring, it's not a matter of measuring consciousness. Like, if all you're doing is measuring consciousness, then that's wrong. You don't actually know what consciousness is at that point. The only way you know what consciousness is if you actually find a way to replicate it and stuff like that. So, consciousness is defined by the beholder. Yeah. So, like, if we were able to take a genetic strand and combine it with some sort of chemical reaction that then creates something that behaves similar to a person, then you could argue that we know what human consciousness emerges from. Because we took DNA, we took a chemical reaction, and now we've got something that behaves similarly to a person. You could argue that there, human consciousness came from that sort of reaction. Yeah? Qualia is what a lot of people include in the definition of consciousness, which is narrowly subjective. True. That's true. I'm assuming that was quality. But yeah, like, there are a lot smarter people working on consciousness than all of us. So us arguing and debating about whether it's worth going on and searching for what consciousness is and all that, that argument is moot. Because none of us are on the same level intellectually as the people that are looking into it. So they know a lot more about it than us. And we're just arguing about our very minute understanding of the topic. So let's see. So for some reason, this isn't happening because I didn't have it on that monitoring layer. So now it should be good. Should be good now. I think it's important actually because of AI. People are going to talk about machines being conscious, and taking them seriously can be dangerous. Taking them seriously can be dangerous, but you're not going to stop stupid people from taking stupid people seriously. That's not something you're going to be able to do. You having this discussion with people that do think machines are conscious is not going to change their mind about it. Like, you would have to get someone that can properly explain everything to them. And I don't think anyone that is at that level of understanding of the topic is watching my stream. I just don't think they are. They have a lot more important things to do than to watch a Twitch stream. That's it's like whenever someone comes into my chat and is like, "Oh my god, I just created AGI." And I'm like, "No, you haven't. If you did, you wouldn't be in my Twitch chat talking about it." Let's see. So for some reason, you're not detecting if Bobble is null. Current state is idle. I guess I do want that to just run all the time. I do want that to always be there. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Mike Webb's idea of platonic space. Non-physical domain, potential patterns. Biology maps the domain. Living organisms in the interface to discover these patterns. Yeah. Says the Twitch equivalent of Holly from Red Dwarf. Yeah, exactly. You know it. You know it. Like, I'm never going to believe that my stream is entertaining enough or intelligent enough for people that are working on, like, high level, like, in-depth scientific research to kind of sit down and hang out. Stupid times 10 is still stupid. Correct. Correct. That is correct. I don't even know if this flying head is conscious. No one knows. And we're keeping it that way, Netwolf. We are keeping it that way. The second people know if I'm conscious or not, the second they can start being annoying in real life by coming to wherever it is I'm located. Or trying to find a contact number to call me on. He's Australian, definitely not conscious. What's conscious? Why not? They probably also need to unwind. They probably do, but I don't think my stream would be that place that they would come to unwind. I think there's many other streams out there that would be better suited to them unwinding. Even TV shows or probably a book. Like, let's face it, anyone doing that level of stuff, they probably like to read books. So for them to relax, it would probably be them sitting down in a comfy chair with a book. Yeah. Maybe for really smart people, programming streams are like reality TV, just dumb fun. I mean, in that case, all of those extremely smart people, welcome to the dumb channel. You never know. Also, you could make that not my stream argument about insert reality. Really stupid class of people. Just the same as really smart. Reads the will to power. Reads the will to power to relax. What? Reads the will to power to relax after a hard day's. I'm assuming there's a book called The Will to Power. That's the only way I can make sense of that sentence. Comb the beard? Alright. I need to get this done. I need to get this done and have lunch. I'm gonna stream until we get this trap working, Walkerus. As they say on the internet, no one knows you're Richard Dawkins. Correct. But the question is, how did you know? How did you know that I was Richard Dawkins? Superdan's book from good old Friedrich Nietzsche. Will to power. Oops. I've read some of Nietzsche's stuff, but I don't think I've read that one. I think the one I'm up to for Nietzsche is Human All Too Human. Nah, yeah, the will to power was in his, was in the time when he started to go insane, I guess. Because wasn't it like early to mid 80s he started to like just go completely weird and crazy? It always takes me like an hour to process each paragraph of his writing. I need to figure out. I think that's what the issue was. Let's see if we're getting this detected now. Shit. That almost hit me in the head. Okay, so that detected at that time. Now we get stuck. So when I place it... We also need to go... Toggle cage. So that'll open the cage. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic, Gedunt. Why are you adding a cage to catch midgets? They're not midgets, they're bobbleheads. Okay. Is midget still a slur? Meh, all out. I mean, I don't care. Midget, dwarves, little people, Thumbelinas and Thumbelines. Thumbelinas and Thumblethanes. I don't know. We prefer dwarf. You would. Kids. Is gnome? No. Not gnome. They're not gnomes. I watched one that's a comedian calling himself one. Yeah. I remember the Bad Friends podcast. When they were like... One of them was like, is there a dating app for like little people? And the comedian that is like I'm pretty sure the comedian that you're talking about. Give me a second. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was the same comedian you're talking about. He was like, yeah, it is. They're like, what's it called? They're like, hang on. Give us a chance first. Then they started rattling off names of what they thought the dating app was called. There's like, Thumble. Like Thimble and Thumble. Thimble and Humble. Bumble. That's the one. Yeah. Words are only offensive if you allow them to be offensive. Exactly. The only words in this chat that are offensive are job and work. Those two words. Job work. Delete that message. Love it. Get out of here with that type of talk. You come in here talking about jobs and work. I've had enough. Good job, moderator. He said it again. Very smart. You didn't ever just say job, work, Ben. Well, now you've said them both, Mike and Hill. Yes. Job. The true J word. Ban Mike and Hill. Reason. Being a cunt. Yep. You know it. Okay, so we toggle the cage so that it's open. That will cause this collision to go up. This collision will be... Let me check. Who's the player? Item. World. Delivery. What's the bobblehead overlap? Bobblehead does not mask. Okay. Oh, actually, yeah, that's right. Rid of that. You mask 1, and your layer is item. So it should be able to walk in there. So let me just double check. When the bobble gets in the center, yeah, it toggles the cage. Perfect. Perfect. This should be amazing. Not new game. Load game. Oh, hello. How did you get out there? I thought I fixed that. Huh. Interesting. Oh, I know why. I know why. Detected. So the reason why when we take the bobble, won't do that. Booyah. You know that Cake's game, Tangy TD, got DMCA strike and has been removed from Steam Store just because he had purple goblins? What? Holy shit. Are you serious? I guess copyright. Found the Discord about an hour ago. It's being patched and we'll be back on Steam after the patch is done. Saying on Reddit it's copyright strike because the goblin looks too close to another game's goblin. Seriously? Oh my god, this is so stupid. It's annoying that some games get blocked just because the picture looks like someone. I hope it comes back. Wanted to buy it and can't find the game anymore. As much as I'm in favor of protection people's IP, can some of these systems in place to make things easier for right holders absolutely insane garbage. I'm not sure how well done the system is by Valve, but YouTube is a common example of how easily abused copyright strike system. Yeah, exactly. I swear I've seen that hunched over goblin picture so many times before. Maybe it's combination with the purple skin. Even though they redrew it in their own style, it's too visually similar to the original. Right. Right, so it's that goblin there that they've recreated there. Right. Okay, so they're changing this thing. Yeah. I can see how it's visually similar. However, I don't think something as generic as purple goblin should be something that can be copyright striked. If you come up with a new type of character, for example, xenomorphs from Alien, that there, sure, you can claim that as intellectual property. But if someone creates a purple human, I don't think you should be able to copyright that. Like, if anything, the original creator of Goblin should be the one entitled to the copyright here. And then they would be entitled to the copyright for any Goblin. Yeah? It's similar, but there's only so many ways to draw a goblin, right? I'm not creative, though. Correct. And that's why I think it's stupid. You shouldn't be able to go, oh, purple goblin, that's ours. No, it should be whoever came up with the idea, with the concept of a goblin initially, they are the person that can claim copyright. Not everyone that has a tiny, slight variation to what a goblin is. I think we... Jeez. Alright. Oh yeah. I mean, I get it. I get why they're saying it. I just don't think that it's valid. Yes, they look similar, but like, if you create a purple goblin, it's gonna look similar. Like, it could also be the fact that they have, like, an identical weapon as well. So, like... Damn it. Not far enough. So I think maybe it's also the weapon shape. Like, these ones have a shield, and you can see, like, this one's got a club. And I think that's probably the issue. Like, I still think it's stupid. I still don't think it's valid. True copyright holder is probably someone's grandma thousands of years ago trying... Yeah, exactly. Is it the same goblin? Do they animate the same way? I don't know. Proof of theft would need to be established, in my opinion. Not really. Like, proof of theft isn't needed in a copyright case. It's just, is something too similar? But again, I also feel that I've seen that same goblin in many games. Yeah. Like, almost every game that has a goblin has that goblin. Because a goblin is a goblin. Come on. Yeah. It's stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Anyway, let's get this finished up. So the issue is that the bobble isn't reaching the center to trigger that there. It's not reaching that. I do it as that. And then the bobble. So I feel like target distance. I feel if we set nav agent target desired distance 0.02 else nav agent target desired distance equals 0.2. That should allow it to get into the center before it drops. Is it a collision issue between the bobble and the cage? No, they don't share any collision layer and collision mask overlap. So they're both on the same collision layers, but neither of them are masking that collision layer. So neither of them's detecting a collision there. Thank you for the follow too. Everyone that follows is a good dunt. I want to get some business cards printed for people to hand out and say, "G'day, I'm a good dunt," and hand people a business card with their name on it. Yeah. Yeah. Cake's words, the lightning in my game will make the look purple even when pink. Why is he not moving? Why did you stop moving? It would. Yeah, let's not speculate over if something was stolen or whatnot. All we know is that another game has claimed copyright and he needs to change it. That's all we know. So changing the target desired distance is causing issues. If those set too low, the agent will be stuck in a repath loop because it will constantly overshoot the distance. You can also make the navigation end close to the targets than each individual path position by setting this property to a value lower than path desired distance. Navigation won't immediately end when reaching the last waypoint. However, if the value is set too low, the agent will be stuck in a repath loop. I'm red now! Is the scanning that the MCCs do a stylistic choice? It's just playing their animation and moving them forward. So, like, they have very slight skating, but that's just because, like, matching up the animation speed to an exact velocity is tough. It's difficult. Okay, maybe there is a collision. Is there a collision? There shouldn't be a collision issue. Because if we have a look here, you mask 1, 7, 11, and 12, and are on layer 4 and 8. You mask layer... You have layer 8 and you mask layer 1. So they don't overlap. Layer block is layer 6, which regular Bobble doesn't mask either. The physics layer this collision object is in. Collision objects can exist in one or more of 32 different layers. And object A can detect contact with object B only if object B is in any of the layers that object A scans. See collision layers and collision masks. That's what the collision mask is. The physics layer, this object 3D scans. Collision objects can scan one or more of 32 different layers. Ah, I think I know what it is. When we do placing, Gauge is not open, toggle it. Um. Yep. That's what we want. Don't want it to be considered furniture. It was a collision issue, just not a default collision issue. That's because we're changing the collisions in code when it gets placed. Yeah. But yeah, like, you can't really notice the skating unless you're, like, paying attention, like, actually looking. Otherwise, it just looks like they're walking along. I'm happy with that. There we go. Okay, he's not getting close enough. Not getting close enough. Hydrate? I guess I can do that for you, Luna. Thank you very much. So yeah, I feel that's too... It's going too low, I think. Maybe I want to get rid of that. And under the bobble trap, when we do... this... Maybe I want it set before. Or I just have to make it larger so that it detects it earlier. Okay. Too low. Um, I'll see how close it gets, and then we'll like expand the radius a little bit. See what happens. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Before anyone asks why I'm not saving it, so that I don't have to keep ordering every time. Because that would I haven't tested the saving and loading of the traps yet, so I don't want to save and potentially corrupt my game and then need to redo stuff. I mean, I could create a new save, but then I've got to go through. I've got to delete that if it does corrupt, and then I end up with like a ton of different save files, and I just don't want to. I just don't want to. Just leave it as that, all right? Jeez. What's it to you, huh? I do have a backup already, Luna. I already have a backup, but I'm just making excuses to not do it. That's all. Just making excuses. We'll do that. So as soon as the bobblehead gets in that area, it just, yeah, it's trapped. Done. Simple and easy. My delivery! I also need to fix up that positioning bug, but it's fine. Huh. Static. Oh, we do go idle. And then when... Ah, I know why. I know why. We need to go into trap placed. I'm going to take those. I'm going to go pop. Or quite, like, just put all of that in here. And we go... Bobble trigger. Or detector. Bobble trigger. Yeah. Bobble trigger. Helpers try connect. Bobble trigger. Body entered. Bobble triggered. We have data trapped. All right. That may work. So nothing in here seems to handle state machine. Just if it's placed. Is placed is true. Okay, so that's something we'll need to handle. Is if it's placed. We go. Where's placed? Where's placed? Yeah. If Bobble's null, we do that. And when we trap a Bobble, this one here, we disconnect. That's good. So this up here, we get rid of that. I can go. Take this. How do I place stock on the shelf? You gotta buy the stock, get it delivered in the boxes, and then you go up to the shelf and there'll be an interaction on the left. And it's left click places, right click takes. It's outside the door. What's outside the door? The stock. So you go outside and you pick it up. Let's see. Take the bobble, we reconnect those. Yeah, cool. That'll work. And then if it's placed, we call placed. Yeah, now we'll go through and do that. Cool. Cool, that'll work. Yeah, so like... This truck will show up, and I'll show you what you do, games. Show you what you do. Truck shows up. Throws the boxes. Go over to it. Press E to pick it up. Come in here. You can open the box. Then you can place them on the shelf. Done. There we go. Look at him get caught. Look at him. Look at him. And then we take the bottle. Oh, no. That's not right. That ain't right. Interact secondary. Right here. There'll be... Trap is placed. Held object is not null. Furniture is not null. We do interacts. Placed as those. Why are possessed bobbleheads wandering the shop? Why do you think they're wandering the shop? Why do you think they're wandering the shop? Evil magic? Sure thing. That's why, in your version, they are wandering around the shop. Interactions, assign that. If held is not null. If character bobble not null. Alright. This should be the last thing. That's still doing the wrong thing. Take bobble is still triggering the pickup. Because this has a stop placing. But it should be if character bobble is not null, then we do character take bobble, else stop placing. That's why. Toggle the cage, switch state to held. Set up position tween. I don't need to do that. We go player instant fold. Fold object. Bobble. There we go. There we go. That'll be perfect. And if this does work, then it means next stream we can move on to something else. Well, probably test the saving and loading, but that's something else entirely. But that'll be our bobble traps finished. That'll be them implemented and working. Just like visual effects and stuff that's needed afterwards. Yes. And then that's reset. Also, go void. Beautiful. All right. Traps are all working as expected now. Lovely. That auto trapper was the most work for anything I've implemented so far. That was it's the correct password. Yep. Fucking god damn it. God damn it. That auto trapper that patrols the store and detects and tractor beams it in and stuff like that took us way too long. That took us like 4 days for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why, and it frustrates me. Frustrates me all over the place. I know exactly where we're going though. I know exactly where we're going. We're gonna raid the man, the myth, the legend. My brain is happy. I need to have lunch. I need to get some exercise in. All that stuff. Next stream. What are we doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Next stream, we are going to move on to security cameras. We're going to move on to the security cameras and anti-theft gates. And then once that's implemented, we move on to our security guard. And then once that's implemented, we just start doing animations and VFX and sound effects and modeling and artwork. Oh no, we still have to shop floor and wall deco. Yep. Yeah, shop wall and floor deco will be after security. That's going to be a big piece. That's going to require modeling, art, and 3D and coding. So, all right. Have a fantastic one, you good dunce. Enjoy Zed's programming. It's better than mine.